you and me. So there we are. Hello. And then I'm going to put this movie here.
Nice.
So if you share your screen.
I'm going to switch off the phone 1 second.
Yeah.
So I will share my screen. Screen 2. Boom.
Other headphones. Okay, I want to get out of here as soon as we can, but I want you to be comfortable with what we're doing. So you have your thing, so I can add that here. So it's your whole screen. So if you expand that screen big.
Yeah, the only thing I can't do, that's annoying, if I press play, then my screen on the left side is also gone.
If you press Control Tab, it might bring your browser to the front.
No, that's like Keynote. That's really like, so what I think, the only way I can do it, like, while still being able to see you, they do it like this.
Or save it to PDF and full screen it. Then you can tab down. You can page down.
Yeah, this is possible.
You can do that. So then what I need from you though is some signal. And on the right side you see private chat.
Yeah.
This is a chat. That's one way for us to communicate, or you could do it by WhatsApp, but I just sort of need a heads up on which movie you want when.
Yeah.
And then I can play it.
Yeah. So maybe the best thing to do now is if you number the videos 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Wait, let's. And then how about this? Let's jump off of this because this is live. So I'll pull you off of this. Off.
Hello.
Well, hello. It is 6 o'clock Central European time, and we are back from the global main stage. So welcome back, Dutch chapter on the Work Life channel. And now we have a very interesting story going from MVP to a platform. And we have Justin Karten, Bas, I want to say Boeing, and
Yes.
Erik Jan Bijvank. My name is Chris Parker. I'm the host. I will leave it to these fine gentlemen to share their story, and I'll be in the background helping out with videos and if anything goes wrong. So, gentlemen, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks a lot for inviting us. My name is Justin. I am the founder, co-founder of Skopic. With me is Bas Boeing, the initiator of this project, and Erik Jan Bijvank, the moderator actually of the project. We call this from MVP to a platform. The reason why is because Skopic is a virtual reality studio. We have been producing a lot of VR content for the last 6-7 years. Always making prototypes, but for the first time actually we got something now which is more sustainable, and hopefully we can share something that is useful for you guys. I will go on to the next page where we can introduce ourselves. So Bas, please tell me who you are and what you do.
I'm Bas Boeing, police officer in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, and project lead of the racial profiling debate and how we tackle that.
Jan,
You want me to elaborate? Do you want me to elaborate more, or that's?
No, I think we will get more into that later.
Sure.
Yeah, just a very brief introduction. Erik Jan, and entrepreneur in Amsterdam, working together with Justin and Bas, that are always behind the scenes, supporting the guys. That's it.
So by myself. So like I said before, I'm an entrepreneur. I've been making content for a long time. I started my career at a video production company after as an intern, because I studied economics. But after finishing my degree, I realized that I didn't follow my heart, so I quit my job and I started as an intern at a video production company. I learned how to film, how to edit, and from that point, actually, I fell in love with making content. Then in 2013, we discovered the Oculus Rift DK1. Probably you guys, I have no clue actually who's watching now, but I guess we got some students. I don't know, maybe somebody can tell me, but I guess we got some students listening who are into tech, so they probably know the Oculus Rift DK1. And in 2013, we discovered that we could easily, or quite easily and pragmatically, make VR content, and that's what we did. I will tell you a little bit about Skopic as a company. So we discovered this goggle. Again, I quit my job and I went to start Skopic to start producing VR content. I will tell you a little bit. The agenda of today. First of all, I'm going to tell you something about Skopic, what we do, and where we come from. Then we're going to talk about our interactive VR training tool that we are making now for the police. And then later on, hopefully, we can answer some questions you guys have, and maybe some suggestions or maybe some tips. Who knows? Like I said before, Skopic, my background is film. So we made a lot of 360 videos the last couple of years. Always linear content, or most of it. So from A to C. The photo that you see now is one of my favorite shoots, besides, of course, the police project, which we shot in Uganda. It was quite a challenging project, as we had to set up several green screen studios in Uganda. As you can see on the photo, there is some lightning and some generators, and every lamp had its own generator. But how it goes in Africa, it doesn't always work as you want that it works. So it was quite a challenge to create the perfect green screen studio, but it was an amazing project. The concept was there were two rival warriors who wanted to meet each other in virtual reality, and hopefully we could create some empathy between those two. Like what we do now with the police, but yeah, quite a different angle, of course. If you want to know more about it, you can check out the website. It's called meetthesoldier.com, and you can check it out. And if you want to see it in VR, let me know. I can send you a link. Briefly, some highlights that I think is very important as a company. That was for us important as a company. We were lucky enough to be pushed by Google. In 2015, we made an VR after movie for Tomorrowland, a festival in Belgium. And we were literally the first with 5 other videos, 360 videos on the YouTube 360 video platform. And when you're being pushed by Google, I can tell you then, yeah, kind of magic happens. Later on, we were yeah, honored to be nominated for a Gouden Kalf Award. That's quite famous in the Netherlands, probably not for non-Dutch people. They probably don't know what it is, but for the Meet the Soldier project. And this year we were nominated for a Webby Award for the police project, which was quite unexpected, to be very honest. First of all, because it was COVID-19. The project died more or less, for my feeling, and all of a sudden we had a nomination, and it's relived the whole project. Then I got some small projects I want to share with you, and then we go on to the topic we are all here for. We did a scientific research. Actually, it was the first project we did ever for Scopic. We had to get a funding, or how you say that? We had a grant, and to get this grant, we needed to have a Chamber of Commerce number. So that's the moment that we went officially a company. It was for a friend of mine who was working for NSCR. It's a criminology department of the University of Amsterdam. And what we did there was we created a bar fight scenario. Why? Because normally he told me, when you do scientific research, you have like a paper or a story that you read, and then you ask some questions, and those questions become data. But he told me it would be very interesting for him if we could simulate this scenario in VR, and instead of reading it, you could experience it. So that's what we did. Then we did an interesting production for Viacom. We created content for an interactive website. Viacom has some sort of a Netflix platform. It's called Epics, and they had a promotional website for a new series. But instead of like having an advertisement on television, they decided to make a little mini game. So instead of having this advertisement, you could play within the series by playing this game online, and you could check out the characters and the scenes and whatsoever. And then the last one I want to share with you is what we made for Jimmy Nelson. This is a photographer. He makes photos from tribes all over the world. He had quite a famous book called Before They Pass Away. But he had been criticized by it because they told him that the photos that he made were fake. They were not real. They were too beautiful. So he had the idea, you know what? If I make those photos and I make 360 footage of the moment that I make the photo, then people can see how I create these photos. That's what we did. But then we had to make a way to connect the 360 footage with his book. So we came up with the idea to make all the photos scannable with your mobile phone. Which we did in collaboration with Erik Jan Bijvank and his digital team. So when you scan the photo, you could pop up content behind the photo, like VR or normal audio or different story. But Chris, maybe you can start video 1 so we can see how it works.
Welcome to the introduction of how to use the app for Jimmy Nelson's book, Homage to Humanity. To get started, download the free Jimmy Nelson app, available both on iOS and Android devices. Once downloaded, you can scan your smartphone over every single image in the book, and that will activate exclusive video content which gives a far greater insight into the images. Once you've scanned 1/3 of the images in each chapter with your smartphone, you will then gain access to exclusive virtual reality footage, which can be watched with or without the goggles provided with the book. Whilst you're scanning the book with your smartphone, you will be able to keep track of your progress and always see which pictures are still to be opened. And this journey doesn't stop here. Wherever you see a picture displayed from Homage to Humanity, it will always be scannable with your smartphone.
Chris? Oh.
Sorry, I'm figuring it out.
Hello? Are we back again?
Almost. There we go. I'm looking for your desktop now. I think your desktop has a video on it.
Yeah, that's true. You see it though?
There we go. Okay.
So yeah, that was the Jim Nelson application, and what I really like about this project is that we made content interactive, and without only sending content, can also interact with it. And that's also what I think is very interesting about the police project. But enough of that. Let's go to the software. In collaboration with Bas, we produced this video, and I think after we played this video, I think we can talk more into depth about what we made, how we did it, and what will be the future. So, Chris, if you can play this video, then.
We gaan het hebben over etnisch profileren.
Etnisch profileren.
Voor wat? Dat ik in de auto zat?
Het kan zijn dat je een melding krijgt en dat er wordt gesproken over een donkere man. Dan zit er een donkere man in de tram. Maar ik weet hoe hij zich voelt, want ik heb ook heel vaak aan de andere kant gestaan.
Ja, jarenlang was het de vraag of etnisch profileren plaatsvindt. Inmiddels weten we dat het gebeurt. We hebben met VR in het verleden een test gedaan en dat was een groot succes. En om die reden zijn we met Scopik en met Vonk en de Universiteit van Twente aan de slag gegaan. We hebben ons bij het bouwen van de training laten inspireren door een interactieve aflevering van de populaire Netflix-serie Black Mirror, waarbij je als kijker zelf je keuzes maakt.
Mensen krijgen een situatie voorgeschoteld, een verhaal dat zich gewoon steeds verder ontwikkelt. En op cruciale momenten in dat verhaal, dan krijg je opeens de keuze om bijvoorbeeld iemand aan te spreken of om iemand te fouilleren. De keuze moet je binnen een paar seconden maken.
Wat moeten we nu gaan doen?
Wat moeten we nu gaan doen? Wat moeten we nu gaan doen?
Man heeft niks te doen in zijn leven, man. Wat gaat hij nou doen?
Het echt interessante van dit project is de mogelijkheid dat je mensen in de schoenen kan zetten van een subject. Dus je kan in dit geval de politieagent laten ervaren hoe het is om etnisch geprofileerd te worden.
Weet je, ik ben het zat. Je bent aangehouden voor belediging, je gaat gewoon met mij mee.
What the fuck, man? Hey, raak hem niet aan, man. Laat hem los.
Met deze training proberen we politieagenten meer bewust te maken van hun handel op straat. Het is belangrijk dat zij selecteren op basis van afwijkend gedrag. En niet op basis van afwijkende kenmerken zoals kleding, leeftijd en huidskleur.
Well, there was an outstanding camera performance, of course, of Bas. Finally, you can jump into the conversation because it will be a relief for me. Let's open the conversation, Bas. This is an interactive VR training we made for you. Can you maybe tell me something more about the reason why you started this project?
Well, the reason, Justin, is that what we experience is that police officers find it very difficult to talk about this issue, and that has to do with multiple facts. One primarily is that it sort of it's inconsistent with our self-image. And therefore it's very concerning. If somebody calls us racist, police officers who are very identified with their job, that really harms them and that causes some sort of defense reaction. So most of the reactions we see is that people are denying it is actually a problem. They are nuancing the issue, but they are also they also find other ways to get rid of it. So what we see is that many policy measures that we initiated in the past, they are not being properly done. They are not getting implemented. So we were trying to find other ways to get to them, to design something that police officers find interesting and find really fun to do. And this is actually one of the things, is that a lot of police officers like, in fact, to do something with VR. Many of them are not familiar with it, so it's the first time that they actually experience a VR video.
Uh-huh.
And then what you just saw in the video, it's the interactive element. That's something that they really like. The simulation is very real to them. We also made it with police officers, so they were also the ones that were involved in the script stadium. So it's very real, and they make their own selections, and depending on what kind of selection, they also make the choices how they are going to deal with this situation. Are they going to escalate it, or are they going to downsize it? They can choose between different powers that they have, ID check, or maybe to search a person or to frisk the person.
It's also, I think it's also, we will go more into depth later, but maybe it's also nice to know, because you are obviously from the police. I never worked with the police before, so it is also something new for me and interesting to discover. But is it your first project that you do with technology, or is it something that you is it also something new for you?
Well, the interactive part is new to me. We have done VR in the past, but that was a linear process from A to Z. It was just a storyline. Police officers could actually see it and then respond to it. And what we realized was that they really liked the technology, but what they missed was the interactive element, but also to discuss the outcome with each other. So police officers they don't like trainings from behind a PC, from behind a computer. They don't like to read a book. They like to interact with each other and do it in a very practical manner.
Yeah, you hear it a lot, that many companies, but I think also the police they did a lot of e-learning projects, but nowadays they're a little bit sick and tired of those projects, right?
Because they're very static. So it's basically a Q&A, something that you can also do with hard copy papers, and they like to be they like the interactive part, and that's something that we created here.
All right. So just to so still my understanding of the people who are watching are students. So it might be also nice to know more or less how we created this tool and how I started to talk with the police. First of all, I was just at an event, and I met one of your colleagues, and he told me about that you are working on a project. And I was there actually with a friend of mine, Jean-Louis van Gelder, who's now working at Max Planck Institute. And he told me, hey, Justin, you have to talk with him because, they're working on a project. And then it all started to roll, and then we had a meeting at the Marnixstraat police office, and you told me your ideas. And what I found interesting about this project is that normally when I do a VR project, I have like a client, he has an idea, and then we have to do it. That's just how it is. For the first time, I had the feeling that we had some sort of a triangle. We had the practice part, you guys, the police. We had the scientific part, Jean-Louis Vergelder, who was also in the video. We previously worked with the University of Twente, now working at Max Planck. And we had Skopik, the studio, who could give it an extra sexy sauce, let's say, and implement it into a game engine. I found it very interesting. I think it was maybe a key factor why the product works very well. And you also told me something about that you think, Bas, that because of the tech and touch thing, it's a success at the police, right?
Yeah, tech and touch. It's really important to find a balance there. So police officers like both, clearly. They like tech, they like touch. But they don't like 100% tech. Because when the human factor is absent, there's no human factor, then it's really hard for them. Then they don't want to do anything with it. So we are trying to, and that's what we created here. I think we assembled something that has a little bit of both. So we show them the VR content, we let them play, but afterwards we get them to tell us the code that they receive at the end of the game. That code stands for the trial they have been walking. So maybe the choices that they have made. And then they can interact with each other in a very structural manner, in a way that we can actually discuss racial profiling, ethnic profiling, and that's the touch part.
Yeah, that's something that we will showcase later on as well, because we can see how police will react to the training. That's something was for me literally like an eye opener, because I made a lot of content, but for the first time in my life, when people took off the goggle, they're mostly amazed. They see something beautiful or interesting, but now they were really like still in their role of the game. They took it off like excusing themselves to me why they did something. I thought it was mind blowing.
Yeah.
Hey, Bas, a quick question in between. You were just saying, like they can walk a path or have different paths in the VR application. I think the movie explained a bit about this, but can you perhaps elaborate a bit on what that means?
Yeah. So basically, what we want is that police officers have probable cause. That's the first part. So we want them to make selections that are legit. That are in accordance of the law. That's the first part. So they need to make a selection in this video. They need to make a selection between a group of boys that are standing somewhere. They stick out a little bit, but they're not doing anything related to crime. So there's actually no pretext for police officers to stop and search or to stop and account these boys. It's basically it's an unconscious bias training. So when police officers are really focused on the boys, they are probably not seeing a man in their blind spot who is trying to sell drugs to people. So that's basically the first selection. And then in the other selections, so let's say I do see the man and I go for the man. Then there is a bunch of choices that I need to make, and that fall under the perspective of proper conduct. Because apart from probable cause, we also want to see proper conduct. They need to explain why they are stopping that person. They cannot use powers. They're not. They cannot make under the circumstances that are there. They need to communicate in a professional manner. That's what we expect from them. And if they don't make those choices and they don't abide by that, then they get a less favorable outcome. And that's what we discuss afterwards, after the training.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So the training actually consists of two parts. So it's the VR part and it's the face-to-face part afterwards, right?
basically what we say is that VR is not a medicine in this case to ethnic profiling, but it really helps us to get a proper constructive conversation about a very sensitive issue, namely racial profiling or ethnic profiling. So that's what it does. It's basically some sort of icebreaker to get the conversation going.
Cool. And it works.
That's actually also
it really works. Yeah, 100%.
So to recap a little bit of what it is, if you should define the problem, how would you describe the problem within the police?
Problem is it's twofold basically. A lot of police officers, like humans, if you tell them, do you do racial profiling yourself or do you discriminate? Everybody does it. I do it. You do it. People who tell police is racist, they do it also, in all kinds of ways. So the first part is actually getting them to understand their biases, their own unconscious biases. That's what it does in the first place. What it also does is the realization that what they see, how they look to a situation, is maybe completely different from their colleagues. So they share the same uniform, they wear the same uniform, they are on the same job, they have the same experiences maybe, but it doesn't actually say that I see the same, and based on what I see, I make the same decisions. And sometimes police think that they all act the same because they belong to the same group. So that's also a realization. That's also a problem that they don't realize that. So that's also something that the VR does. So I'm also talking about almost about the solution here, or about what it does. And then there's the problem. That's the second part. Actually, basically, is that there's a lot of resistance. That police officers, they don't want to talk about this issue. When I drop the issue about racial profiling, so I tell police officers, come together, we are going to start a conversation about ethnic profiling. Most of them, they don't want to talk about those because they have different perceptions and different experiences with that debate.
So the solution is quite obvious, or actually obvious. What I think is also interesting about the project, I remember for the first time so we made the content and then we had, I think, an innovation day. And it was actually the first time that I experienced the treatment, let's say, within a group. So there were 20 police officers in a room. You had 10 goggles. In pairs of 2, they would experience it. When they were done, they would, so one had like path A, one had path B. And then when they were both gone, they would have a discussion about what they experienced together. I think that's also maybe a nice bridge to the next video, where we showcase the reactions of several policemen that did the experience. And maybe let's just play the video so it will speak to it for itself. Chris, can you play the third video, please?
Surveillance bij een NS-station, vermoed ik, tenminste bij het station. Er staan een groep jongeren die staan daar lol te maken.
Bro, leg even uit wat er is gebeurd dan.
Voor mij geen dat ze restaurant bij de feiten aan het doen waren.
Als je het die jongens zou vragen, hebben die het gevoel dat het een fijne ervaring met de politie was?
Waarom moet je ons weer aanspreken? Kijk hoeveel mensen er rondlopen.
Ik denk dat de jongeren nu met een beetje uitleg erbij dat de voorbijganger dat hinderlijk zou kunnen vinden. Dat de jongeren hier vrede mee hebben.
Er kwam wel een groep jongens langsgelopen. Er zat een jongen op een bankje. Dat hebben we ook niet eens gezien. En oh jeetje. Maar ja, ik zie die jongens daar staan en ja, daar ben ik naartoe gelopen.
In Amsterdam zijn heel veel van dat soort groepjes.
Ja, had zelf het idee nadat ik klaar was van, dat ging super. Toen ging ik denken van, wat heb ik gedaan? Ik heb natuurlijk die groep dus ben ik nou ook aan het etnisch profileren? En vervolgens komt mijn collega iets vertellen wat zij gedaan heeft en dat zij nou net niet die groep heeft aangesproken.
Goeiedag heer, politie. Ik zie dat u hier verschillende mensen aanspreekt. Wat vraagt u die mensen?
Nee, ik vraag hem gewoon de weg.
Ik ben niet echt overtuigd van zijn verhaal. Jij wel?
Ja, ik heb een idee gevraagd. Omdat we tijdens het gesprekje wat we met die persoon voerden, het idee hadden, dit zit niet helemaal pluis. En op basis daarvan gingen we ook vervolgens fouilleren en vonden we harddrugs. Maar feitelijk ging het eigenlijk al mis bij het vragen om een idee, want dat mocht niet. Vanuit mijn achtergrond wist ik dat niet meer of wist ik het niet. Dus dat zou ik de volgende keer anders doen.
Denk je dat het gaat helpen op straat?
Ja, absoluut.
Quite mind-blowing. It always feels like it's scripted and that we tell them what to say, but it's not. I was amazed by those reactions. Did you expect this, Bas, that it would work so well?
Honestly, yes, because this was actually what we anticipated, and why we also why we also invested in this project. It's of course it's really rewarding that we also see that some people immediately after the training starting to get aware of their biases. So like this lady, and also like maybe so the lady is instantly aware of their biases, and it goes also very smoothly. So she's not under a lot of pressure. She's not being attacked by her colleague who is asking her questions. It goes in a very very appreciative way. So she asks, "What have you done?" And while she explains this, she realizes, "Hey, this is not a very good reason. So what the arguments that I'm giving now are not very valid." And she starts to realize, and then she says, "Oh, am I also ethnic profiling?" And that's a really powerful image, and it really resonates well also with other police officers. And we see the same reactions everywhere, but sometimes it takes just a little bit, because there's also ego, there's also proudness, there's also sometimes the psychological safety is not really there in a group to admit that you have done maybe something wrong, or you would have done it differently, but then it comes a day or 2 days later. So eventually it will come. So it's good.
Nice. You really plant a seed, and that's also what I really enjoyed seeing. Like people were discovering it themselves. They literally they discovered they made a mistake, and even if they didn't admit it, you saw in their eyes that they knew they were wrong. Beautiful.
So we've got some questions from the audience. So I think we were about to talk about that on this particular slide, but the question is, what was the process of making the VR training experience? Maybe we can elaborate a bit on that.
So how was the process, or what, so what was it like, or what, or more in detail, what was the process?
So what was the process, and then obviously we can also say what was it like. I think, yeah.
Well, may I, Justin?
Yeah, of course.
It's a good question. I'd like to answer it. So what we did is, it's a very inclusive process. So what we have done is that we assembled stories from people who had the experience of racial profiling on the one hand. So we had the more civilian side of the story, but then we also assemble police side of the story. So how would you interact? How would you do it? So first of all, we interviewed a lot of or a bunch of civilians and a bunch of police officers, and then we made the script together. I was very inspired, so to say, by a Netflix video, Black Mirror, from Black Mirror, Bandersnatch it's called. That's and that's how I got to the interactive part. And so the first. Basically, the first.
I hear some names, and you can check.
Sorry.
One of them is not.
My bad.
Oh, there was something going through it. So we made these branches, all these different steps, these different choices. We made them together in a script, and then I planned a lot of conversation with Justin just to see whether I was wishing for whether that was also practical, whether he was also making to do it. And then we also included Vonk, so Erik Jan in the process to actually see how we could actually make this work. Then we filmed everything with the film crew, and then after we completed the filming.
Yeah, but what I also think of what was quite interesting is that, if I may interrupt, is that there was a quite straightforward idea to make an interactive game training within VR. So that the viewer can decide himself what to do. From my side as a content maker, it was very important to see, what already has been done. To be very honest with you, my father used to have a Philips CDI. It's from the 90s, so maybe some of the kids don't even know what it is, but it was an interactive CD. They more or less use the same technology that we are using at the moment, same as Bandersnatch and all the other interactive content on Netflix nowadays. And even one of the first games are also made like this, so they literally branch videos and then you can play a game. So that actually was like that stood like a house. This is what we're going to use, and then we actually had to fine tune the game with the content we were going to make. So. I remember also we went to the station to make some test shots. We integrated it to the game. We checked out if it was working, what we had in mind. So we made a very small prototype of the event of the game that were making at the end. It worked. We tweaked. We adjusted the script a little bit. What I think was also interesting concerning the process of making it, if that is the question, is that we were interfering the whole time in in the actual product by adjusting small little things. So it was a very natural process. We already had a prototype made by themselves. It worked, so we knew, okay, the subject works with this medium. Then we implemented some sort of a grammar to how we're going to make the content interactive. That worked as well. We validated it by having a pilot. And then we had the real footage. Then we also made an alpha release. So we checked it out. We worked. We are still adjusting some little things, right, Bas? We are now again coming up with a new update.
And we're still doing it.
We're still doing it. So the process of everything, like if I can make a recap, first of all, you have an idea, you write a script, you make a prototype, you make an alpha release. You retest it, and now finally we're going to publish it in the store.
Yeah. There's also another question about. Sorry.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. But there's one more question from the audience because one of the previous slides we mentioned that there was practice, there was creativity or creation. Obviously, there's also the science, meaning the university, I guess. So in what way? What was the academic basis of this? Is the question.
Well, there are some tips and cues about how to get the immersive in a very proper way, and also to get the presence that you're actually there.
Yeah.
So we really benefited from the latest study from Jean-Louis van Gelder that he did for the Ministry of Justice Department. So we included those lessons there. There is also a tip, but frankly, that really didn't really turn out yet. Maybe in the future, but we still need to work on it. That's the change perspective thing. So from a science perspective, it turns out that it's a very effective learning methodology is to put people in the shoes of another. So what we try to do, and you also see that in the video, is that one of the boys is filming with his smartphone camera. So he's filming back, basically. So what we can do with certain outcomes, with certain choices, the paths that you walk, we can make you look back, so you can actually see yourself. You can see your own performance from the boy's perspective. And I tried it a few times, whereas police officers first thought these are boys that belong to a certain group, and they look from a distance from their own experiences, and they make a picture, and based on that picture they start a conversation with them. And then we show these police officers from the other perspective, from the boy's perspective. But we still have some, I still have some problems with showing that. That's we need to smoothen that process to actually do that, because so it's more a process thing than but the science is there. The science is good, I think, but I don't have results yet, because I haven't properly put that into an analysis yet.
Yeah. Which is interesting as well, the data, the analysis part. So we maybe you can tell us a little bit about that. So we can see a lot, and do we also use that to improve or the product?
Yeah, what we do, but maybe Justin can tell more about it. Maybe from user perspective, Justin. Then I'll talk a little bit more about the other.
So what the goggle does, it saves all the user data. So how long a person takes to make a decision, where it looks, location, etc. We can we can extend, we can put everything in there that we want. So based on that data, we can improve the application. I think there's nothing new on that. It's I guess how many applications are being improved. But I think the most interesting part will be if we're going to combine this data with external data, and that's not my part. But of course, there's a huge political debate going on at the moment. There are, so I mean, that's also data that we can include in this analysis. And of course, our friend Jean-Louis Vergelder is also keep working on VR researches. So when he got new input, and he will have new input, I guess soon, we will implement this data as well.
Yeah, it really has some potential. Also, from scientific perspective, is that we are trying to learn more about participation of police officers. So, what are the drivers? What are the motivators? Why do some police officers make certain selections, while other police officers make other kind of selections? And especially not only the data of their choices, but also how they communicate afterwards about this is very interesting information to assemble. We have to be careful though, because there's also a lot of political attention for this item. There's also a lot of media attention, and it's a very complicated issue. So we need to be very careful with the data, because it can be misinterpreted. And that's not something that we want. Our first priority is to teach police officers, to get them educated, to have good conversations, to get them more acquainted to the idea, and to get them more to make them participate more in these debates. That's our primary objective. And regarding to the data, we still need to see what's possible. We do need to do it in a very proper way, also in regard to privacy, etc. And we need to look into. We still need to look into it.
Any more questions on YouTube? Or shall we,
Sorry?
You got more questions, Erik Jan?
Yeah. So there's one came just now. So how scalable is this? Is there can it be used in different lines of businesses, or can it be used within the police, but for different topics? What is your view on that, Bas?
Well, what we see now is that there's a lot of demand, or there are a lot of people that actually want this game.
Like this game as it is right now, or?
Yeah, so a lot of people want this. So how scalable is it? It is scalable, and now we also need to show that it's scalable. That's the process we are in now. So we are giving this training to a lot of police officers throughout whole the Netherlands now. But there are also other stakeholders. There are police in Germany, police in Belgium. They also want to play with this. But there are also other initiatives within the police. Think about shooting simulators that are very interesting as well. And in the near future, we would like to sum these two different projects. They're different now, but maybe in the near future they are not. I mean, we can altercate fire weapons. We can put motion detectors in it, and then we can also build scripts that has a branch where a situation escalates to a certain point that the police officer perhaps need to draw his weapon and maybe even shoot.
Like the bar fight project, for instance.
Well, I'm not acquainted with the bar fight, but maybe Justin can say something about it. But now we use the Oculus Go, so then you can actually, it's very static still, and with the Quest we can actually move around, and we can use sensors, for example, in our firearms.
Well, what I think is super interesting about this project that we did and are doing. I've seen many VR titles, games, video, films, whatsoever. But I think because the first time actually I spoke to you, remember you told me I want to have a high-end VR experience.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go use volumetric video. Let's go, let's go all out. And he told me, but this is the budget. I said, okay. Well, then we have to go back to basic. But I think that actually was the reason why it became so successful. We are limited within the hardware that we can use and the production value that we can deliver, which makes it in a way super scalable, because the technique that we are using is quite accessible. And I think as well, normally when you have like a super high-end 6 degrees of field VR application, then it's super difficult to scale it within an organization. But with this Go, like literally, it's like the flight simulator for soft skills training. You put it on your face, and Bas, you can tell me if it's right or wrong. But everybody who puts it in his face can play the game, and I think that's really what makes it.
It's very budget friendly. I mean, the Oculus Go that we use is it's only a couple of €100. So all police officers, I mean, we can buy more of those glasses, so we can also give more people that experience. So that's also me. I mean, police is also constrained a little bit budgetly, so things don't need to be too expensive. Otherwise, it will not be executed.
Yeah. All right. Well, we are already in the discussion with people from YouTube. Super nice. Is there anything else people want to discuss, Erik Jan?
Yeah. So there's a question: if data levels all arguments, so with data you can define what the argument actually is, and either go with it or go against it. But so if that's the case, then how does the data help to train officers who really don't believe that they have an inappropriate bias. So are there people stubborn enough so for whom it will not work?
Yes,
have you encountered it?
of course. I mean, in any organization, in any civilization, there are people that are really stubborn. I mean, of course. I mean, they're everywhere. But what you see is, and that's really the power of the group. That's the touch thing. I mean, I think if we would do this only with tech, so only as a standalone VR game that they can do in their own time, in their own room without the interference of the group, then this project would not have the same outcome as it has now. It's
So
really
impact.
The impact is really because of the group, because there are a lot of sensible police officers, actually. I mean, sometimes if you follow the media, I think we are all racist, but it's quite the other way. So there's a lot of power from the group also. So if because you are sharing the outcomes as a group together and you're discussing it, and then the group will actually correct the people that really stick out in different in different paths. Yeah. And sometimes it just takes a day for them to really realize what they have done, and maybe it takes a half a year. Maybe there are people that we cannot change. Of course, I mean, we really need to invest in these people then.
So and so this is this particular thing is interactive VR training now is aimed at improving soft skills or starting a dialogue, I think. You were also mentioning more hard skills, like perhaps aiming or how to deal with a situation. That is sort of a combination. For which sort of goal do you think it's most appropriate to use the VR tool in the police environment?
Well, I would not say it's a problem, but what we see in terms of training, police officers are being trained in hard skills mainly. So we are being taught how to shoot, how to apprehend people, how to talk to people, how to communicate, how to deal with different communication, different ethnic groups. Those things are being taught at the police academy, but afterwards, when you're going to your stations, when you're being assigned to a certain work spot, then you're there by yourself. So soft skills is not really something that police officers are really trained in. And there's really a market there.
And there's room to improve always, I think, right?
Exactly, and we can really prevent escalation with good communication skills. I mean, the debates, political debates, are really dominated by giving police officers more weapons and more hard skill trainings. But I think that's not really the answer. I think we can prevent a lot of bad things from training them in soft skills and have them to have good conversations.
Yeah, in the ideal situation, you would not have to use the tools other than.
But that's not going to happen. That's not because sometimes.
No.
Yeah. But maybe in 50% or I don't want to go for a percentage, but in a large portion of the cases, you can actually prevent a lot by just getting your soft skills right.
Yeah. So there's two interesting questions still. One is discusses the return on investment. So
that's not a student.
That's not a student. Oh, well, maybe a finance student. Yeah. But so can you share with us some about that? So is it a very expensive project, and how does that relate to the outcome? Do you think it's
if you're doing it for a very small group, then no way. Well, maybe no way. Maybe you break even. But if you're doing it for a large group, and then the scalability is a really interesting part in it. Then it becomes really worthwhile. Then because usually, how much euros are you spending for just an afternoon training with 10 police officers? So now we have something that we can actually do on ourselves, because the appointed discussion leaders are police officers. So what I do, I invest a little bit of my time. I work for the police, so that doesn't hurt. So I invest in them so they can actually do the conversation with the group. So it's like an oil spill. That's what we do, and it's just one investment. So I think the return of investment is great.
Yeah. And then there's another, I think, interesting question, but perhaps politically sensitive. Is do you think this would help the Black Lives Matters movement in the US?
I think honestly, I'm not sure, because what you see, I don't know whether you're familiar with the Moral Tribes book from Joshua Green. That's a really hard, tough discussion on both sides. So you see people that have certain ideas on one side, and people that really believe in something and don't want to be convinced. You don't convince them. You don't reach to them, and that's on the civilization side. It's also on the police side. So that's a really tough one. And what we do is we are really trying to help people, or trying to help police officers really on how they should perform a legitimate and rightful and fair stop and search. That's what we do. So of course you can actually elaborate from that to other stand views and other world views, and to the acceptance that people can have different worldviews. So but that's not really the aim of this project.
No. On a different level. Right, so we have till 18:59, so we still have 2 minutes. Are there any last thoughts that you would like to share with us, Justin or Bas? Regarding this project.
Well, I'm very happy. I mean, police has seen by their own eyes, police leadership has seen by their own eyes what this VR actually does to police officers. So on both sides. So what it does with responses, but also what it actually teaches them. And they're really convinced that it works. So we got a little bit more budget. So now we can extend it, and we can scale it up. So I'm really happy with that process and that change, the chance that we get now to make a change.
Yeah, cool. Very nice. Justin.
What can I say? I think I'm very proud and honored to be on this project. Today we were at the police office to discuss the next subject. I will not say too much about it, but it's going to be a tough one. But if we literally can, help people within a situation, and even if it's one, then I'm a happy person. So I'm very lucky to be on a project like this.
Excellent. Thank you, guys. Chris, back to you. You're on mute. Chris, you're on mute. Unmute.
Well, nobody was unmuting me. So really a pleasure. Bas, wonderful to meet you virtually. I know the other guys very well, and I think this project is not only interesting, but really meaningful. And I really appreciate your time, taking an hour out of your evening and all the preparation. So best of luck with the next initiatives, and thanks for sharing this with the community. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. So, all right. Bye-bye.
Guys, thank you.
Bye.
So Chris Parker here, and I'm going to switch gears a little bit to another meaningful topic. At 8 o'clock on the global main stage, Linda Jacobson. I've been working all day on this video, so I'm pretty sure it's Linda Jacobson. My apologies if it's not tired. Is going to be showing a super meaningful film that it's about her life. It's about what happened to her when she was a child. She wrote the script, she acted in it, and it's gorgeous, it's meaningful, it's powerful. So at 8 o'clock on the main stage, please watch that. Right now, we have a pre-recorded interview with Magda, who is the producer. And then at 7:30, Kristjan Knigge, the director, and myself will have an open discussion live before Linda goes on. So one moment, please. I will switch it to the video for the next half hour, and I'm available for comments along the way. Thanks so much.
Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
Hello, this is Chris Parker, and we're here with Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere. And the guest today is an amazing entrepreneur, Magdalena Lepczynska. If I have pronounced the last name correctly, I've known her for quite some time and I've avoided her last name. Magda and I have been working on a short film, which is now finished. And I'll let her tell all about that. So Magda, would you please, share with us, who are you and what do you do? And what we're really, really interested in is, why do you do what you do?
Of course, thanks, Chris, for the introduction.
Mm-hmm.
So my name is Magdalena Lepczynska, so you're very close. Congratulations on pronunciation.
Yeah.
I'm Polish. I live and work in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam. What I do is something that I love. I love making things happen. I love organized stuff. I like working with people. I love fast-changing environment. This is why I decided to become a video and film producer.
Mm-hmm.
I work as a video producer in marketing team for a tech company. And recently I started a freelance career as a film producer and event organizer. My latest work is the film that you mentioned before, Silence Undone, that will premiere this year in November. So
Mm-hmm.
very exciting things. Do you want to hear a little bit more about the film, or should we leave it for later?
I would love to hear more about the film and what your role in it was. And then I'll loop back to why are you doing all this. But yeah, keep telling us about the film.
So Silence Undone is a short Dutch film that I had the pleasure to produce. It's a beautiful film. It tells the story of Sophie, a troubled and emotionally distant girl who is trying to learn how to have meaningful and long-lasting relationship, at the same time failing to open up about her childhood trauma. And in the film, we follow her on a journey through her mind and memories, where she meets her younger self and rediscovers and accepts the past. So basically, this film is about acceptance, about healing, and about hope.
Wow. And I've seen it, and I have definitely an opinion about it. You've seen it. How do you feel about the finished results of the product of the film?
I must say I've seen this film on every stage of the production, of course, and I worked on it for over a year now with amazing people. And the more I see it, the more I love it. It's hard for me to be objective now, of course, as a producer, but I find this film not only amazing in terms of story and the purpose, because as I said, even though the story is really hard, it's about abuse and how to heal afterwards, but we really put an effort to emphasize that healing is possible. And Linda, the scriptwriter of the film, she lived through it, and she's a living proof that healing is possible. And what I like the most about this film is as well the visual aspect of it. It's very unconventional, I believe, and it's very surreal in a way, beautiful in images, and just the sound design, everything is working perfectly. But like I said, I am not objective person at all in this case, but I would really, really, really encourage everyone to see it.
Well, I am not objective either, as I, had the honor of working with you as an executive producer, and in this case meant basically help Magda succeed in making her first film. That was my mission. So I'm also not really objective, and I think it's delightful. As this is your first film project, when you first saw the first rough cut, because I know when I first got into movies, seeing the first raw, the raw chopped up initial piece that doesn't look good or sound good or feel good, and somehow you need to be able to look through the roughness to see what the potential is, and that's what the directors and the editors are masters at. How did you feel about that when you first saw it and then saw it evolve?
So being a video producer and film producer, I worked on a lot of productions.
Okay. So you've been there, yeah. Okay, true.
So I know how it is to see the video or a film on every stage. So I always keep it on the back of my mind that like this is just out of production. Of course, it will be better. But I must say that seeing this film being made on sets made me so proud when I was watching even the first cut of it.
All right.
I've seen all the hard work that we put in it, all the long hours, all tears and laughs and everything. So, of course, I think the biggest challenge always is to see through the sound, because you always use the raw sound. So it's a little bit distracting when you watch for the first time. But we had an amazing sound designer, Aline, and she was just sitting next to us, and she was like, this is what we're gonna do, this is what we're gonna do. She even wrote like a audio script for this film before it was even shot. So you could already imagine a little bit how it will look and sound. So it was very, very helpful. But the first cut, even I would say, it made me proud. I was really happy about the outcome and the quality of the image.
Yeah, well, yeah, I can imagine. And with your background, I can now, in hindsight, see how that makes sense, because with myself not being from the industry, I still have to keep it sort of mentally front of mind and sort of work to imagine what it will look like. So I think as more and more projects come, that'll get better. So Magda, why do you do all this? What is your internal motivation to do these things that quite frankly, millions of people around the world say, I want to make a movie, and most don't. So what motivates you to work a year on such a project?
So maybe I will start the answer with a little bit of background story of mine. So when I was still in Poland, I finished studies in something completely different. I studied for 5 years. I finished with my master's degree in medical analysis. So when I was about to finish the studies, I was really thinking like, is this something that I really want to do in life? Because I always knew that I'm passionate about films and I love to watch them. I love to watch behind the scenes. I like organizing stuff. But I believe that especially when you're young and if you are not coming out of like creative environment, making films is treated more as a hobby rather than a job. So it's always have a job and then do your hobby.
Yeah.
But because I thought like you only live once, and I really love films, and what motivated me the most, maybe it's a bit of a cliche, but I read a book by Sidney Lumet about making films.
What was the book called?
About making films or making films. Yeah,
it was called that. Okay.
Yeah. I can't remember the title exactly.
We'll find it and we'll put it in the show notes. So
yeah, and it really showed me how big is the world of filmmaking. So I decided to move to the Netherlands and study film here. And how I am staying motivated to do what I do is that I put myself a goal in the future, and every decision since I made this goal leads me towards it. It's like kind of climbing a mountain, and you are climbing a tree from time to time to see where is the peak. So this is how I'm staying motivated. And every project, every person I meet, I try to fit into my road to the career and the ultimate goal, basically.
Wow, you've already answered some of the next questions around focus. Sorry. And brilliant. So what is the end goal then? If you look forward, if you look up that mountain, what is the dream or the ambition?
My ambition is to produce a feature film, big scale feature film. Of course, this is the goal. If it will be reached, there will be another goal. But as a starting filmmaker, this is a pretty high end goal, I would say. So yeah, this is what I'm really focusing on and trying to reach it. And there is so much to learn, of course, because I started quite late my education in film, but it's all about feeling it as well and being motivated. And if you are, you can do anything.
Yeah, beautiful. And that's what I have also discovered in, haven't produced large scale, sort of Hollywood films like you will one day in your career, but it really seems like the world is full of people who are talking about making films or doing things. And it seems like there's a certain group of people that are just out there doing it. So nice. And so what do you think the next steps are? So Silence Undone will premiere in November during the Dutch Week Against Child Abuse. We're doing some pre-screenings, before that on some digital platforms and in person. What's the next tree you're going to climb up, or what's the next horizon? Do you know yet?
I have some projects that are cooking, but they are on very early stage, so it's hard to even say if they will happen. Of course, in current situation, everything is uncertain, so it's really hard to say. But I might have a chance to be an assistant to a producer for a feature film. And we are also discussing a possibility of developing Silence Undone into something bigger or different. But as I said, it's just like a small discussion that is happening now, but nothing set in stone yet. Of course, I'm actively looking for projects, but I'm also trying to feel the ground, what is possible with the industry, and especially this year when everything is a little bit uncertain. So I feel like everyone has to be really careful about making this next step in their careers, because I had big plans before moving there, making career, but life happens. So let's see.
Well, my observation with the Corona time, while it is a global crisis and pandemic, and people are sick and people are dying, that is changing so much. And my anticipation is, with all the uncertainty, that there's going to be sort of a seismic shift of what normal is over the next year or two. And that will be really scary for some people who want stability. And then that will be an incredible opportunity for people who are clear on what they want and are able to keep their anxiety low and their awareness high. So, because things will still happen and people will be looking for new and different ways to do things. So there's definitely opportunities there. So, but what I heard from you is, if there is someone who's watched Silence Undone, and if they are inspired by that and would want to finance or support that project into feature length, then they should call you.
Yes, definitely. So as I mentioned, we are thinking of developing the short film into a longer format. And as I said, I think it's a very unique project in terms of like there are many films about survivors of abuse, any sort of abuse. In our film, it's a sexual abuse, but there are so many other forms of abuse that you can go through in childhood, unfortunately. And what I like about our film, that we don't state the obvious, this is bad. Everyone knows that everyone knows that we know it, we hate it. But what we want to do is to really show that healing is possible, and really show people who went through such a thing, or their family and friends, that you can be healed and you can be happy again. So I think it's a very important message that is often skipped. And I think that those people need this encouragement. And of course, it's always their own choice how to deal with stuff. But I think showing, and one of the options is at least we can do. And film being such a universal medium, basically, it reaches to so many people that I am really honored that my first film project is so meaningful, because we already screened it to survivors of child abuse. And we had such a beautiful feedback. And it was, like this moment that you sit like, okay, I did it. This was our goal and we are getting there. Of course, there is a lot to do still, but that's why I think turning it into a feature film might give even bigger results.
No, the way it was crafted really left it to the audience to fill in a lot of the blanks, and also actually to insert their own judgment, which I believe is probably more impactful, instead of something stand up to, this is what happened and this is bad. Yeah, you're right. That's never said. And it really the energy and the emotion comes from within when you're watching the film. So it's nice. Well, let's look back to you. And you've been a video producer, for a tech company for some time, and now you've made a more traditional film. What did you learn that was different? Because each time I've done a project, I just learned an incredible amount. So, what are a few things that you've learned stepping out of maybe the corporate space and into the creative space? I don't know. No, that's not right. But the the short film space.
I've learned a bunch. Thanks to you as well. Your help was, I wouldn't change it for anything. I've learned a lot from our director, Kristjan Knigge, as well. And I'm really, really grateful for this knowledge. But I think the key takeaways that I had from this project is, for sure, don't be afraid to ask for help. Never, ever. It's not a shame that you don't know something, especially when you are starting. So always be transparent. Don't say yes, I will deal with it, but inside, I have no idea what is going on. Always better to be honest. As I said, it's not a shame if you don't know something. Always ask for help. And also what I've learned, because film is much more about working with people as well. So being a producer and organizer, you deal with every department in film. You speak with everyone. You listen to everyone. I met with every single person before they joined our project. So I knew them by name, their background stories and such. And what I've learned, especially on set, we had really long hours and it was very intense. It was very emotional story as well. And not only for actors and directors, surprisingly, but the crew also felt the power of this film. So I think the key takeaway as well was you really have to have enormous amount of empathy. You have to understand why people are making certain decisions or they behave in certain ways. And I think that you have to be understanding to everyone. And the most important, always have the end goal in front of you. So your end goal is finishing this film, making it happen. So whatever happens on set or in a pre-production or wherever needs to lead you to finishing this film. And before I started this project, I was always trying to avoid confrontation. But I was, I wouldn't say forced, but I was, faced with like, okay, I have to make certain decisions right now for the good of the film. And I've learned that confrontation and being honest is very important and very good and very healthy. So I think those things, so like empathy, having a goal in front of you, and not being afraid to ask questions are like the biggest thing that I've learned, because it was my first project. So there was a lot to learn, and I'm not afraid to say it was my first project. I think we did really great with all the help. So not credit for me, but it was a team effort. So this was really great.
Yeah, and you also had some really top talent nearby you as well, which helps. And what I'm thinking is what I find really fascinating about the film land, because again, my background is corporate tech type stuff. On one hand, there seems to be very almost rigid rules and role definitions on what people do, sort of. And the film industry is really proud of that, because the teams need to come together. They don't work. That configuration of people will never happen again. So they come together, they do this project, and so they have to have some role divisions and responsibilities clear and language, or else they could never operate. And what I've also discovered is there are no rules. There is no answer in film. So it's this weird space of we have this pretty rigid structure, and there is no actual answer. So you have to be constantly flowing within the boundaries that they've built, while figuring out every little problem in some sort of creative way. It's a friggin' roller coaster, and it's so fun. And I love your last point there, is keeping the end point, the end goal in mind. So what is the end goal now of? Let's go back to Silence Undone. The end goal of Silence Undone, because the film is made. But that's not the end goal, is it?
No. So what we did, especially around crowdfunding that we had for the film, we really want to make this film visible for as many people as possible, to help them see the way that you can take after a childhood drama to heal yourself. So we put a lot of effort to help Linda, the scriptwriter, to go in front of the public and tell her story. As I said, she's a living proof. We didn't make it up. We didn't come up with it ourselves. She's living proof. She's an amazing actress. She wrote a script by herself. She has a loving boyfriend. She is really happy. We are really great, good friends. So we want to set the stage for her so she can spread the message and really help people change their life, I would say. Maybe it's a big word, but this is our ultimate goal basically with this film. We want to really help people and change their view of themselves with help of film, but also Linda's word.
Yeah. And what is the next step or the strategy to get the film? I know the answer to this, so at least I know we've talked about it before. So that the steps of festival submissions and outreach and screening. So, in your mind, what is the perfect outcome as far as audience? Because this isn't a financially motivated film, so that we're actually not selling the film isn't really even been part of the discussion. It'd be nice if someone wants to buy it, sure. But that's not the point. It's outreach. It's getting to the audience. So what is your perfect, if you go forward 12 months and you look back and you're like, oh my God, that film was on Oprah. Ah! Or what is, or what is the dream? Yeah.
I think the dream is to get as many partners on board as possible who would be interested in the story and screen our film. to their networks and cinemas, of course, who deny being screened in a cinema. Of course, there is this conventional way, so film festivals having a premiere, but our aim is to really find people. We are already in collaboration with a few organizations that are helping people after childhood traumas, and they will be screening the film to their audience. So I think this is something that is very important for us. So if there is anyone there listening who works in such an organization and would be interested for to have a dialogue with us and see the film and see if it's something that you would like to screen, then I would be more than happy really to hear from you.
Yeah, marvelous. I'm going to send it to Oprah as well, just because I just thought of that. But anyhow, well, that's also what I've learned is if you don't try it, you'll never know it. So.
Oh yes.
With Campus Party, which is an event that will have already happened by the time this podcast is shown, but this video will be on that event as well. I promoted 3 different topics to the global main stage. So there's, Edward Snowden, there's Al Gore, there's all, and 2 of them were sort of traditional corporate white men doing traditional corporate stuff that I also love, and I consider people friends. And they instantly connected with this film, and they said, yeah, no, we don't want corporate stuff. We want that. This is meaningful. This is magic. And so it's actually, on that main stage between these, traditionally very, really famous people. And so, and all it was just, hey, asking. So pinging up an email and saying, hey, this is what we're doing. This is why we're doing it. Are you interested? So Oprah, you're next. You're next. So how do you keep yourself, because you are, high energy, well educated. You're building your career, profile. What keeps you motivated? How do you keep taking that step every day up that mountain?
I think it's easier if you really do something that you're passionate about, and this is something that's my case. I love films, and this was something that I knew always that I want to do, but not always had the courage to admit it and make a step towards it. So once I did, I'm like unstoppable. I'm just getting there like this, and nothing can stop me. But I'm really staying motivated by seeing the results as well of my work, and also seeing how generous people are in this industry, because of course working with people, it's always about balance, right? You meet a lot of people who won't be so helpful, but so far I was really lucky that I met those people who motivate me all the time, like on Silence Undone. Like I was all the time constantly pushed forward. So you have to also allow it to be pushed. And, like even this interview, when you asked me, my first reaction was like me in front of the camera. But now I'm really, really grateful. I'm like, yes, I should do it. So going out of your comfort zone is very important.
Yeah, you did not love the idea at first.
I did not know. And but you convinced me. You're really good in that case. And as I said, like always have this long-term goal in front of you, and just small steps. I'm sometimes an impatient person. I like things that are happening. I'm getting bored very easily, but you really have to see what is in front of you in order not to, come across chaotic. So I always try to stay very focused and like, okay, this is something smaller, but it's necessary for this, and that. So I'm always trying to think of the future.
Beautiful. Well, I hope when you have, become famous in Hollywood and you remember all us little people who, contributed in small ways along your journey, that you'll, come back and do another interview. I think also just for the audience, I just realized that Silence Undone, it's a 17-minute film. It's in the Dutch language, has subtitles. It's not for children. It's not because it's graphic by any way, but I think the intention is more young adults, perhaps. And I think if, as I've watched it in both, just Dutch and with subtitles, for me, it was equally powerful. So I'm, really, curious how they experience it. Now, when they watch it, or if they would like to watch it or buy it or screen it, or otherwise promote it, Magda, how can they get a hold of you to spread the word and get that film in front of audiences?
So first of all, I would love to invite everyone to visit our social media, Silence Undone, Facebook and Instagram. We constantly post updates about the film, how is it going, and our website, silenceundone.nl, where we put all the updates about where the film is, and you can find our email on the website as well, so feel free to reach out. We are more than happy to have any sort of conversation with our audience. So this would be the best way to contact us about the film.
Great. Thank you so much, Magda.
Thank you, Chris, so much. It was a pleasure.
Learn more at ebillion.com/podcast.
That was me telling you, yes, I'm ready.
Well, here we are. Kristjan Knigge, hello, and I am Chris Parker.
Yes, you are.
We just had I just enjoyed watching that with Magda. And now we're going to have a little bit of discussion about how making Silence Undone was fun.
Absolutely. But before we do that, let's just address... I should put the microphone close by. Is this better? Can you hear me now?
I can.
That's why I have a microphone. We should just address the fact that many people around the world are not able to watch anything on Campus Party just at the minute because their whole site seems to be down. I'm assuming that is because so many hundreds of thousands of people are trying to watch all this wonderful content that the system is just overloaded. Let's hope it's that and nothing serious.
This content.
You and me. Yeah.
After this content. It's yes, and I will have to put out a huge shout out to you, Kristjan, for saving my bum over the last 2 days, preparing for this.
Yes.
I feel like I've been driving around in a clown car, and you reached in and pulled me out and helped me with technical advice and video editing, and I'm forever grateful. So you have also helped me make this day more fun, and I really appreciate that. So,
mate, we're still going. The renders of the films for Friday are still running on my computer as we do this. So, this all looks completely casual, but this machine is working like crazy, getting the content for Friday ready. So, it's been crazy. Yeah.
And those are dripping to this machine next to me, which is sucking them down into Dropbox one by one.
Exactly.
And then I'll line it up tomorrow. So it's been a bit of a roller coaster.
Holy shit! Yeah, it has.
But you're not used to roller coasters at all in your work.
No. I never have stress or stressful in the job. No, I'm a film director. It's always a roller coaster. I should look into the camera because there might be somebody watching.
I'm watching.
Yeah, it's always a roller coaster. Filmmaking is a roller coaster. I mean, anybody that just watched Magda's interview, yes, all of that, all of what she said, and then some. I don't know what to say. Yeah, it's a roller coaster. But let's talk about why it's fun, not why it's a roller coaster. Can you throw this other screen up?
Ooh, I can. Let me pop that up there. There you go.
So I'm not going to full screen my Keynote because then I can't navigate, and then Keynote takes over all my screens. So I'll just do it like this. I mean, it's fine. So that's the set. That's the set of Silence Undone. And what one of the things that made this project so special, apart from everything that Linda's going to talk about on the main stage, I hope we can all watch that in a little while, in 25 minutes. Apart from all that, apart from all the stuff that Magda said, what personally for me was extremely fun is the amount of very, very close, dear friends and family that I had involved in this project. On this show, my wife worked, my mother worked, my daughter worked, my other daughter helped. 3 students of mine that I taught were on the crew. Some of my very, very closest friends, including you, Chris, were on the team. 4 students, four students of mine or ex-students of mine that are all in the business. Just an incredible group of very, very close friends. And then on top of all that, Linda, who asked me and entrusted me with this very, very personal story. So it was an extremely kind of warm and close and loving and emotional roller coaster back to roller coaster. And I thought this picture was kind of cool because that's our set, and right in the middle there is Dick Merckx, one of the 2 DPs we had on the show. And Dick is a very close friend. Dick shot my first feature film, The Right Juice, which you helped produce, and we've been very, very close.
The T-shirt.
Oh, cool! Good T-shirt. Which I designed. Whoop whoop.
Yep.
So that's been amazing. There's BJ. This is me and the 2 DPs. Erik there on the left, Erik Bannenberg, who has been a very, very close friend for going on, I don't know, 15 years now. We've been through thick and thin together. I made my first ever film as a director with him as a DP. And on this show, I had 2 DPs, and we talked about it beforehand, and that is supposedly impossible. You can't have 2 captains on a ship. Well, we proved them wrong. You can have 2 captains on a ship, and they can do an amazing amount of work, and they can collaborate in a way that is unique. I mean, these 2 gentlemen had hardly had any, they didn't really know each other very well before this production, but they just jumped in and made an incredible film.
And there's no finger pointing between them.
No, and it's always, everybody takes responsibility. This picture, of course, is a joke that we set up just for fun, which I thought it was. That's why I showed it. But I also got to work with my mum, who's the incredible and talented BJ Bolter. She came in and art directed for us. This is her, as always, with a paintbrush and a screwdriver in hand. There she is. She came on, and Magda always tells the story. We had one day where everything went wrong and we were still shooting at 1 o'clock in the morning. And Magda kept trying to make her leave. And in the end, Magda had to trick her into leaving by saying, "Oh, otherwise we don't have transport with you. You're going to be doing me a favor if you go now." Because she wouldn't leave the set. And she just had to go home and sleep because we needed her the next day. But that was very special.
BJ also worked on The Right Juice, and the beautiful lesson that I learned from her was never come back empty-handed. So as a producer on that project, pretty much you're sitting there sort of idle while the actual production's going on. So I tried to make myself useful by getting stuff done. And she told me a trick that I actually apply to other parts of my life is, if I need to go do something, even if I can't find the actual thing, come back with something that might work. And that has really stuck with me.
That's a lesson that she taught me way back when I just started and I was a production assistant, and it's something that I tell PAs and assistants all the time. Yeah, it's that. But it's the same for if you work in hospitality. I mean, I used to bus tables, and it's the same thing. You never return back to your station or to the kitchen empty-handed. There is always something to pick up, something to carry, something to grab, and it's the same kind of thing. Come back with something. Yeah, so it's powerful. Simple, really, really, really simple to implement, and means a lot. And if the whole team is doing that, and that's the great thing about film. I mean, film teams are so incredibly efficient. Just amazing.
You mentioned
I was throwing back to
teasers.
you with a look.
Yeah, and I got the look. I caught it. And if I jump to a whole other universe, to other films that you've made, like Exposure and Second Honeymoon.
Oh, but hang on. No, just on the topic of wonderful people, I've just got to mention some more. Hang on. Somebody else that I worked with. This is a picture of BJ on the right there, and my wonderful wife Dion on the left there, and they are working on props for the film. Dion did amazing work making the props for the film, and today is our wedding anniversary. 14 years married.
Wow.
Yes.
Congratulations.
So
I did not know that.
I love you. Not you, Chris. Dion.
Oh, I love you too. Damn it.
This is her working on the massive tentacles that if you watch the film in half an hour, you'll see how that panned out. And the other person I just want to mention real quick that worked in the film was my incredible daughter Kristjan. This was one of the most emotional and incredible bits of directing that I got to do, because it was with her. And she plays, she acts in the film, and she plays this amazing role. And she did such an incredible job. And at 13, she came in and so mature, so professional, and such an amazing, talented performer.
So was it fun casting her? Because I know that was quite a journey for you.
It was. I've never had such a difficult decision to make in my life. I was just filled with self-doubt about. Is it really as good as I think it is? Is it really is her performance as brilliant as I expect, as I think, or am I completely colored by the fact that she's my daughter and I love her? I've never discussed a casting decision with as many people as this one. I mean, I was double checking with so many people, like, look at this casting tape. Is it actually good? I was even trying to look for people who didn't know that she was my daughter to get them to, to try and get some sort of objective take on it. But luckily we went for it, and it was incredible. But yeah, it was fun in a very difficult way.
And in hindsight, because we're going to see the movie in about a half hour or a little bit longer from now, and I think it's brilliant. It's a movie and it's meaningful. I guess, how did she? Because I missed it, unfortunately, but there was a cast and crew screening last weekend.
Saturday, yeah.
Despite the rain, and I know that some of the other people on the team were trying to they wanted to give her a premiere moment, and I hope she had fun.
Oh yeah, she loved it. We did an amazing Q&A, which was led by another very, very close friend of mine, Karten, who came in to do that, because it's really nice to have somebody running the Q&A who wasn't involved in the production but does give a shit. So she came in and did that. It was very professional and very structured. And Kristjan had her moment on stage and standing ovation, and we brought out flowers, and yeah, it was really special, and it was. Yeah, it was incredible. It's one of those films that really, really works on the big screen with the full sound. The 5.1 mix is amazing. There is so much depth and layers in the audio, and the visuals are just glorious. So yeah, I hope festival season opens up to have live screenings, so that this film can go on tour and more people can really get the full experience of cinema, which is sitting in a dark room with popcorn and watching it on a big screen isn't just the best way to watch films. So fingers crossed.
What's your dream for the film?
My dream for the film? Festival-wise?
I don't even know that answer. I'm curious.
Dream? I don't know. There are many festivals around the world. I would love this film to screen at somewhere like Aesthetica, which is a short film festival in the north of England, in York, which is just one of those destination festivals for short films, very, very specifically, celebrating that art form. That would be amazing. I mean, of course, it would be amazing to get into one of the big festivals, like Cannes or Venice or Toronto, but chances are very slim. There are so many amazing films that want to get into those festivals, and once if you do get into a big festival like that, you can get kind of lost in all the amazing stuff. But some of the destination festivals are really, really, really nice to go to. I mean, Nashville would be incredible to get into, not least because our composer is from Nashville. So there's a link to that, and it's an amazing festival, and so many more. Of course, IFFR.
Flyway, maybe?
Flyway isn't happening this year. I talked to Trevor. They are not going ahead this year. It's too risky, and they don't want to invest all the time and money. What with Corona, and they don't want to do an online. They don't want to be forced into having to do some sort of online festival. That's not who they are. They really are, that very community-based festival. So they've just thrown everything to next year. So hopefully.
Well, that's reasonable. That's sad. The Flyway, it's you can describe it better than I can. You've been there a couple times. I've only been once, but it's in Wisconsin, I guess. And is that right? And 3 small cities, all sort of at least 3 small cities, and then they turn just rooms into screening
Pepin,
rooms.
Stockholm, Alma, and the other one.
Yeah, and we were put up in some of the community and the volunteers had a big house out in the country, and they just put us up and took so much. It's such a glorious experience. I hope we can get back there. Maybe the year after this one. So.
Maybe 2021. I mean, I will definitely push for them to take this film, and if they take it, maybe we can go back, or maybe we'll make another film between now and then, and we'll have 2 films screening at the festival. Chris, what do you say? Let's go make movies. Come on.
Let's make movies.
Yes.
So for me, the fun part of these festivals is because sometimes when I go to festivals, and I'm not in the film industry like you are, but when I go to festivals, it's fun to watch the film as well. But when I have a product to try to connect to a buyer or have that puzzle or the challenge to get this story in front of people, then the festival turns into just this big game for me. And I just think that's delightful. I have sent a request to Oprah about this.
Oh, really? You actually did that? What you said in Magda's thing?
Well, I said it in Magda's thing, and then I said, "Well, damn it, I can't say that and not do it." So Amazing. It took me a while to track it down, and then I actually sent her a link to the campus party screening, but the DDoS attack or whatever the overflow is going to maybe keep Oprah out.
yeah, that'll be the reason. not like she's got a multi-million-dollar empire to run.
I'm sticking with that. I'm sticking with, can't log in, so we can't get Oprah. But I'm sure Oprah has people they can get around the system. No, delightful.
Well, I can't get in. I mean, I would love to. I've been kind of sneakily while we're talking. I'm trying to log into the front end of Campus Party so I can go and watch Linda's presentation at 8. But
I have put, by the way, the global Campus Party stage has one YouTube link for the afternoon. I've received that, and I put it in the chat here on YouTube for this one. So if anyone's watching this on YouTube, you can look in that chat and then find it there. I think hopefully someone's putting it on I will put it on the Facebook of Silence Undone, and you can find it there as well.
Okay, I'm looking in the chat on YouTube as we speak, and it ain't there, bro. Like the chat of our stream now, of what we're doing right now, there's nothing there.
Yeah, it's the Work Life Evening Session Stage, CPNL, 9 July.
Yeah, that's what I know. I'm watching myself.
Do you see another 15 comments from me?
Yes, I see lots of comments, and the last one is do you think this would help the Black Lives Matter movement? And I think that's from the last.
That was a great
I've refreshed the page, but
okay, I just posted it again, and I'm also putting it on the Silence Undone Facebook group.
Okay.
I don't know what other socials there are out there. Would you mind reading out the YouTube link for people? No, don't.
No, I'm happy to do that. I just don't know what the YouTube link is because it's not in the chat. Or I can't see it anyway.
Hosts.
Like
really? They have.
Does this happen if
I think they've disabled. I can't post.
Okay, well, stick it in our chat, in our StreamYard backend chat. I mean, this is riveting content for anybody that's watching. You and me trying to figure out this backend stuff, but it's fine. There we go.
So there's the YouTube link, and I literally cannot post it on.
Oh, Magda's. Thank you, Magda. This is amazing content just for you.
Oh, she's there watching.
Yeah.
Yay! Okay. Magda, you probably have access to the Facebook of Silence Undone. Can you get that link, which I'll put on email to you as well, or WhatsApp to you right now, and then you can get it out there. So, boom, there you go. It's not guaranteed to be the right link, but
well, that ain't cool.
Yeah, guaranteed seems to be not used, uniformly. Campus Party is an experimental.
No, that link doesn't exist. If I try that link, it doesn't. Nothing happens.
No, I just used it. Shit.
Nope.
It did. All right, hold on.
Oh yes.
Going back.
Oh yes, we're there. Reboot the world day 1 afternoon, but that's not the evening link. That's the afternoon link.
Yeah.
Isn't that going to switch to the evening link at 8 o'clock?
Well, I think it's morning-ish and afternoon-ish is the way they blocked up my session. So I'm assuming they did the same there.
Okay. So it might be.
Yeah, and because one StreamYard chunk is, I heard earlier today, is 12 hours. So they can stream for that whole time. So they set up one and just stream through the whole thing. So,
right,
so hopefully that's
let's hope they'll throw to Linda in 9 minutes. I don't know who these people are that are chatting, but they seem to be chatting in Portuguese because all the comments are in Portuguese. So I won't turn the sound on because you'll get it over my. Anyway, back to what we were talking about.
We were having fun in Pepin.
Oh, Pepin, Wisconsin. Yeah, so Flyway is an amazing film festival. Everybody should go, but they shouldn't all go at the same time because it's also a very small film festival. Talking about the film, this was this picture that we're seeing here is Colina van Bemmel. She was a student of mine at the SAE who I taught, and she came on board as script supervisor and editor, which was incredible. And I don't know what I would have done without her. I mean, she was so organized and so on the ball, and it was really great to have somebody that knew like my whole process. She was there in rehearsals, she was there in read-throughs, she worked, we prepped the script together, we broke down together, she was on set together, and all the way through to the edit. It was just incredible. This is Kenneth from Buchhoven. He's also a student of mine and came on as focus puller. That was wonderful, and it was good. He kind of had fun seeing some of the lessons that we taught, because one of the modules that I teach is setiquette, or how the dynamics and the rules of a set work. So he saw the way I was running my set to those same principles and sometimes breaking the rules. It's a very colorful film, as you can see. Crazy sets that we built. It was amazing. Special effects. I did some of the visual effects because I used to work in visual effects before everything became 3D. So that was amazing.
So, Kiki, could you go back and
ask questions?
The octopus arm, which is this giant thing. I don't know the whole story, but the original intention of that arm somehow failed because it wasn't bendy enough or something, and then you had to do a lot of stuff in post. What happened there?
That's not the story, and I'm not going to tell that story. That's trade secrets, and people haven't watched the film, and some people watching this might want to watch the film in about 22 minutes. So, no, that's
how does the movie end?
Who did it? Is that the question? No, this is not. It's not one of those movies.
Okay, cool. There he is.
There he is. In fact, he's right here.
Oh.
This is one of the stars of the movie, as you can see. This is Mr. Stipp. And He's gorgeous, and he was made by my wife. She crocheted him. This was another student. This is another student of mine from the Czech Republic, Anita. She did wardrobe and makeup and styling, and just an amazing powerhouse. This is her on set when I got wounded and I jabbed a knife into my hand, and she just whipped out this box full of first aid stuff and took charge. And also, for any film nerds out there, I mean, how cool is it that our wardrobe lady / medical professional is wearing a B&H photo bully hat? Just very cool. This is me making sure that the cupboard is aligned properly. Some people think that that's absurd. What else have we got going on here? Lighting. These are just some behind the scenes.
Why was the cupboard? Why was the cupboard not aligned? Or is it,
well, the wall. It turns out the wall was not. This is a set. It's all sets. And this photograph, I think, was taken at 1 o'clock in the morning, so everybody's a bit tired and everybody's wonky, and we're kind of checking everything. Like, am I seeing things wrong? Is the wall really wonky? This was more pleasant. This is Dick wondering what the hell I'm doing, because he taught me about this. So kind of we all know about this, but Dick was the person that taught me how to properly do the finger guns to check the frame, and I'm probably doing it wrong in this shot. Sometimes it rains.
So I have just heard that Linda does not even have the login to give her presentation yet. So as you're talking, so not even you two leave. So I'm my little typey fingers are solving problems as we go.
Oh wow! But did you hear that from Linda or from the campus party folks?
I heard that from Linda because So it'll be okay. We can keep going until we see something. Either these Portuguese people stop talking, or Linda pops up magically.
But so she isn't even in the queue to start her presentation in 4 minutes. Is what you're. That sucks, because
pretty much what I said. I can always bring her into here, but that doesn't do much.
Yeah.
Hold on. This deserves a call.
Yes.
I'm probably going to speak some profanity, so I'll mute myself.
You mute yourself. So now it's me talking about. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. You're all mine, and Christopher is on the phone trying to resolve some issues. I think this whole project, this whole campus party digital edition, has been extremely ambitious on the part of the organizers, and that's okay. It is just kind of a sign of the times. Everything has gone digital and just in such an overwhelming way that it doesn't always go as smooth as you want. And of course, this is such an ambitious project. So many streams, so much content, so many thousands of speakers and presentations, and kind of sucks that it seems to be going a little bit wrong just on our big presentation. Not this one now, but Linda, who will be presenting in just a few minutes. Turns out I'm not very good at filling. This is filling. I'm now filling so that there's no dead air, and it's really hard. God, imagine working in 24-hour news where you just have to keep jabbering all the time. Or on the radio. They're not allowed to have no noise on the radio. So they just have to keep saying interesting things. I could talk about the picture that you see. That's BJ, and she's spraying water onto the walls that are suspended, and she's spraying water onto the walls to try and get some of the creases out. And we had these suspended cloth walls so that light could come through them. Amazing set. Just a massively ambitious set that we built in Schram Studios in the north of Amsterdam, and it was just fantastic. That's me wearing my favorite t-shirt. One of the ways in which Magda and I connected was a mutual massive appreciation for Sidney Lumet. And this is me wearing a Lumet t-shirt made by designed and made by Chad McLarnon, who is a cinematographer friend of mine from Nashville, Texas. Nashville, Texas. Nashville, Tennessee. It's another state with a T. From Nashville, Tennessee. He designs these T-shirts with famous film directors, or the more great film directors. I'm wearing one right now. This is the Bergman shirt. I have a bunch of them, and he makes a bunch of them. The idea is that they're kind of in the style of a university T-shirt. And the idea is, well, Bergman was my film school, or in the case of the picture that you're seeing, Lumet was my film school. And the book that Magda mentions in her interview is also one of the most inspiring books I've ever read. Sidney Lumet.
What was the title of that?
I think it's Sidney Lumet directing film, or it might be on directing film. I don't actually have it in my cupboard because I've bought it at least 6 times and then given my copy to other people. But it's a wonderful, wonderful book. It's kind of like a little sort of reminiscent memoir type book, and he just shares his process and some stories about working, on the amazing films that he's made. Very, very inspiring. Directing. I'm Googling as we speak.
Magda has just posted in WhatsApp, Making Movies by
Making Movies,
Lumet.
there you go. Yes.
And
I say Lumet because there's a T there.
I say Target. You say Target. It's fine.
No, I say Target. I didn't know anybody else did. But I only say Target when I'm talking about the store. If I'm shooting at something, Target.
That's a high-end convenience store. Yeah. So, okay. Well, Dutch team is reaching out via Slack to global team, and we'll see. But it looks like our Portuguese friends are still at it. So maybe time zone's wrong or wrong stage. Who knows what?
It says Reboot the World Day 1 afternoon, campus party official, under that link that you had.
Okay, Jacopo just sent it to her just now. So let me...
okay.
Linda, you should have your link. This is great because this is a behind the scenes to my last week of preparation.
This is as live as it gets.
And today my initial screening just flat out failed, but we learned. Thank you to you, and you held my hand while we did the second one, and then it's been going all right since then. Super cool content, just fun people talking about cool stuff. Mm-hmm. You brought up efficiency in filmmaking, mm-hmm. and I thought that was a lead-in to agile filmmaking.
Yes.
And then you pulled it back.
I'm sorry. I thought we had lots of time. We had 20 minutes at that.
I'm throwing it back to you.
Throwing it back, yes. Agile filmmaking, you and me.
Well, you came up with the idea at the festival, and then we did it a couple times.
Yeah, so we came up with this concept to see if we could systemize or create a system of filmmaking that makes it very approachable, very easy, and very efficient to do in terms of time. One of the things that we know, certainly in feature films, is that it takes an incredibly long time. It takes a huge amount of time to write, to get financed, to pre-produce, to produce, to edit, and then to market films. And that's good. There's nothing wrong with that. It takes as long as it is, and it's an incredibly complex art form. I also think there is a space to make films in a different way, in a lean, mean, agile way. So we explored that, but we didn't want to do it just, like in a one-off. Let's see if we can go out and quickly make a film, and it's cool and it's fun and it's a great experience. Chris convinced me that no, we should do it in a learning way so that we can come up with some sort of system to do it. And we've tried it. We've done it twice now. And we definitely should do it a bunch more times because it needs perfecting. But yeah, so the idea is to go and shoot and write at the same time. So the idea is instead of trying to write a script, or instead of writing a script and then going out and trying to mold the universe to fit the script, it is to go with a concept, with an idea, with characters, actors, and a crew, and then go and mold the story to the universe or to the space that you find. So the location and the energy between the actors and the energy in the crew and the places and people that you find along the way help shape the script. So it's not documentary as in you find stories as they come. You create a story, but with stuff that you find out in the world. Are we throwing live?
Stuff is happening.
Great stuff.
Most importantly, BJ and her mother are watching this as we speak. So hello, BJ. Hello, Dorothy.
Hello, mommy.
Yay!
That's my mom.
And I
my
see
grandma.
the Portuguese, whatever was going on, is in a blue screen with a little spinny earth, which means some sort of progress is happening. And I've been, the reason I've been sticking with this campus party thing, and we put in so much work, is to get that young lady on the stage, global stage, up there with Edward Snowden, Al Gore, you name it. In 13 seconds.
Everybody keeps talking. Sorry, I have to break in. Everybody keeps talking about Al Gore and Edward Snowden, but Sir Tim Berners-Lee is getting on that stage, and he's
too many words. Too many words.
Sir Tim Berners-Lee, he's a god.
I'm American. I don't know this sir thing. So she's starting. Let's go.
Okay, bye. Bye, everybody.